Okay, hello, good evening, everyone. Welcome to everybody tuning in on YouTube later on. Hi, my name is Ashley. I am a character and creature concept artist and character artist, sculptor, what have you. And on this channel, on this segment, usually what I am doing here is just kind of sketching around with a sphere, and I'll just push and pull that into a whole bunch of different shapes and just kind of figure out where to go from there. It's a very much like a sketchbook session, so this is not specifically for any particular project or anything like that. Just having fun, like purely just fun. It's just like opening up your sketchbook and doodling around, and that's sort of what all of this is. So if there are any questions, like as I go, feel free to ask. But again, if you're, tuning in on the VOD, then feel free to hit me up on any of my socials and do my best to answer. Hold on. Let me see if I can't get this. Oh, there we go. The light is so weird today. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna get started. As people filter in, feel free to ask anything that you need to. We're just gonna be talking a whole bunch of stuff and having fun. I'm just gonna quickly dump my quick save files. Yes. My drive is getting a little chunky, and I moved those over earlier as well, just so that that wouldn't be a problem. All right. Hey, Ericsan. Hey, Reaper. Not sure. Hold on. Is the, Oh, is that not working? Hold on. Let me see the chat. Hold on. I think something is weird with my chat. Oh, for some reason, I guess like Twitch doesn't. Okay, Twitch chat won't show up on the stream for some reason. That's it. Whatever. I'll be able to read it. It's all good. Love your stuff. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Appreciate it. Okay. Okay. Let's do something. I am thinking today maybe something a little bit more like raptor like, because I am wearing my my dinosaur t-shirt today. So, wearing the dinosaur t-shirt maybe means we gotta do a dinosaur. When I'm wearing my Mothman t-shirt, that means we gotta do moths. So I'm not really caring about overall crunchiness of anything in particular. Just kind of going for the shape right now. Very like, kind of like a dragon too. We'll see how that goes. Append another shape sphere. So here. Get rid of that. This is about to be epic. Woo, we'll see. We'll see. It's funny because like contracts that I'm on right now, a lot of like cute cartoony stuff. So this is just a little bit in that headspace right now, coming off of doing that today. So we'll see what happens. jump around from different styles and stuff like that a lot. So I'm gonna throw this guy down here. This is usually what I end up doing for this quick, dirty legs. I'll move all of this stuff around after too. And give this one actually before I go too nuts with that. I'll just dynamesh that so I can get a little bit more resolution down to where like the foot is gonna be. Here and welds. Oh, okay. My Cintiq's being a little weird too. You can see Twitch stat on the. Oh, okay, it's showing up now. Okay. Yeah, we good. That's good. Nice. Nice. And thunder thighs. But yeah, so I'm just gonna be moving stuff around, kind of figuring out some basic shapes. A big one here too, I find a lot of people ask me like, oh, why don't you use Z-spheres for stuff like this? Sometimes I do actually. But I'm just in such a, like when I'm sculpting, I like to just kind of hit control, mask something off, and then drag it out. Like it's a lot faster for me. Like that's usually how I'm thinking. So that's usually why I don't immediately go to Z-spheres all the time. But if it's something very specific, like wings and like more like thin kind of appendages and things like that, I'll definitely go and use Z-spheres. It's easier to control that way. And also if I'm doing like, it depends on like the style too, but if it's like a cartoony thing, depending on the style, I might actually start with Z-spheres just because of keeping things simple. But the same can be said for using like primitive shapes as well, and just kind of like dumping in a bunch of you know, cubes and spheres and things of that nature. But yeah, well, it's gonna be nice and stretchy. Again, this is usually how I like to work, because when you dynamesh things, I mean, I say this every single stream, but like when you dynamesh something, it will retain all of this stuff. So a lot of the time I just kind of use that as a sketch point. Like I said at the beginning, like we're gonna be sketching here, so a lot of this is gesture as I go, and it's gonna be a little bit weird at first until it's not. It's usually how this goes. Okay, actually for the arms, let's use that IMM, the IMM arm, and then we can turn these into like raptor hands, is, you know, or raptor like. We're not doing like a accurate raptor, because I know how blasphemous it is to say you're doing a raptor, a dinosaur, and then it's like it's not scientifically accurate. Schnat. All right, what creature? Like something a little bit raptor-like. Brahma. Is there a way to make brushes hotkeys, like the 1 to 5 number buttons? Yeah, you can make anything a hotkey. I'm trying to remember what the thing is. Usually I look this up because I forget it every single time. But here you can store your hotkeys as well and save different files for different like loadouts if you have them. But there is a, like if you're saving something as a hotkey, I think it's like Control Alt. Hold on, let me try it really quick. Like if I go Control Alt and then or Control Shift, no, Control Alt. Yeah, and then you press any key combination. So you see up there, right? Okay, so it'll pop up right here. So if you go Control Alt and then you click on one of your brushes, like let's say Contrast Delta, right? Then it'll say press any key combination to assign custom hotkey, or press Escape or mouse button to cancel, delete, or to remove the previous assignment. So you can do all of that kind of stuff. So I do mine from 1 through 0 on my keyboard. Hey Ravlin, what's up? A ZBrush coupon. I do not have a ZBrush coupon. I apologize. Hey Soto. What's up, Eternal? How you doing? How's it going? All right, let's turn this into some handsies. So have you guys been seeing everybody posting AI assisted art recently? Because I have. I'm just wondering, all of the AI art sites that people are like using, does anybody read the fine print? I'm just worried about like everybody uploading their art to these places and what that entails. Yo, what's up, Faithless? How you doing? What motivated me to become a 3D modeler? That one's kind of like a weird one because I don't think I was ever like, if I'm being honest, like fully motivated to specifically become a 3D modeler. I kind of wish-washed. I never really knew what it was that I wanted to do. I just knew that I wanted to be an artist of some kind. And when I was in school, he was my classmate at the time, now partner, was working with ZBrush, and I thought it was really cool and I wanted to try it out, and it was like a monkey see monkey do situation. And yeah, so now I'm using ZBrush. But I started in 2D, so. Have I used NVIDIA Canvas? Yeah, I've tried it out. I feel like in the next like 5 years, like 5 to 10 years, I feel like AI art is definitely going to be a part of everybody's pipeline in the entertainment industry. And I'm just worried about all of these specific, like these sites right now, like, you know, just saying like, oh, upload your art or whatever. Like, I'm wondering like what's in the, I haven't read any of like the fine print of these things. I haven't been a part of it either. I just see people doing it and using it for like, you know, different concept things, and some really cool stuff is coming out of it. It looks kind of like what's that horror artist, kind of everything's like red all the time, inspired alien. Didn't just inspire, I'm trying to remember. It looks like Kaled from Elden Ring. No, not Geiger. Yes, Faithless. I cannot pronounce his name, but yes, that one. Yes. Yeah. A lot of AI art that I've been seeing looks like that kind of stuff, which is really cool. But I feel like it's definitely going to be super viable within the next few years. I can see everybody integrating it into their concept pipelines and design pipelines, just like bunch of different iterations for things. I mean, it's just going to speed things up really, really quickly. Yeah, the AR art right now, but I can see it in like a few years being very, yeah. It's just interesting because like out of everything, you don't like, you know, when you hear like, oh, what's AI going to replace like job-wise? Art was never like the first thing that people thought of. It was actually kind of the last. So I feel like in the next few years, what art means and what art is going to be challenged again. Like, what is art if you can just mass produce it like this and you don't need a person to do it necessarily? It'd be interesting. I don't think art's ever going away. I just think it's kind of like an interesting thing to think about. How many years have I played ZBrush? Well, I think it's around 7 now. I think. Yeah, this thing right here is not really representing those 7 years. I apologize. We'll get better. We'll get better. We'll fix this guy up real good. Let me fix this. And grab one of these guys over here. Ooh. By the way, this button over here, that's accu-curve. For those who don't know, I use it like religiously, and it's something that you can find over the brush palette menu. You scroll down, you go into curve, and accu-curve is sitting right there. So this is activated per brush on a click basis. So if you click it on, then it'll be active for that specific brush. You change brushes, it won't be active anymore. Come back to that brush, it's still active for that brush. So you'll want to turn it off when you don't want it, turn it on when you do. Sorry. And basically what it does is it just, you can, when you're using it with like snake hook or move, you're basically dragging out sorry, let me grab that. You're dragging out sharp points versus not sharp points, right? Sharp, not, okay? So that's why. So I like to use that just for like building stronger silhouettes and things. Anyways, this guy, all right, do something with you because you're not looking good, mister. Grab his head. Yeah, and this is not an accurate raptor. I'm gonna do something here that is not raptor, just raptor-like. I like to get freaky with things after I get kind of like a base going and I kind of figure out where I want to go with something. The game of ZBrush. It is, honestly, when you start getting into it, it is definitely a game though, right? Like it feels very much like a game because it's like, it's like a sandbox kind of thing. You can do and make whatever you want. And you're not really like held down by technical constraints, right? You can just figure all that stuff out afterwards. That's what I like so much about it. Elden Ring is a great game, but not better than Cyberpunk 2077. That's a very interesting opinion. That's a very, very interesting opinion. Rama, I respectfully disagree. You're allowed to have these opinions, but opinions, they're not always correct. That's a bot question? Wait, what? Where bot question? Am I not? I am all over the place. Sorry. I checked out Pablo's Geiger brush set. Yeah, I have that. Dude, I have that. You want me to demo it? Yo, free plug for Pablo because he is awesome. Let me get it. I have his brushes, dude. I have his Geiger brushes. Look at that. Look at that. Look at all these. Look at that. Woo! Yummy. What do you want me to click on? What do you want me to play with? I love his brushes, dude. He's got like these really cool Geiger tubes too. This makes like throwing that Geiger stuff down super, super easy. Let's like turn this guy into a, you know what I mean? It's super, woo! Look at that! Look at this! Hell yeah, dude. Oh, look at these, like... Hell yeah. Dope. Yeah, I know, it's super bait. That's a bot that's using all of our name randomly and asking weird questions. Oh, really? Did I miss it then? Huh. Okay. It's a bot question. I did not see it. Maybe it got flagged. I didn't see it. Hey, Dimitri. How are you doing? Yeah, I know. Dude, Pablo has great brush sets. I haven't bought all of his stuff. I don't have all of his stuff, but I definitely love supporting artists where I can when I need certain things for different projects or whatever. It's very, very nice that he supplies these things. He's really, really on the ball with everything. He's so organized. I wish I could be so organized. It's awesome. You can't find them anymore? Okay, well, I'm pretty sure that, like, if you just email him, you could probably, or even the email that you used to buy, like, he would figure that out. Pablo! He streams here on this channel. Free plug. Tell Pablo that I say he's awesome. Even though he already knows that. Oh, did Sketch not? Okay, okay. So Sketch, yes. If you're confused about the restream bot in chat, that's not like a spam bot or anything. We're streaming to YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook at the same time. I don't think we're on Facebook today, though. This is saying that we're only on YouTube and Twitch today, but usually it's like the 3 platforms, and then they just kind of like smash it. You can see all the chat is live right up here, so it's not a bot. I thought you meant like there was some weirdo doing something. Sometimes that happens too. Bam, bam. All right, let's make these like actual raptor arms. So I keep saying that. Well, raptor-like. Okay, I have to keep saying raptor-like because I don't want anybody to get the idea that I'm doing a scientifically accurate raptor here. Delete. Delete. Close holes. There we go. It's just got the 3 fingies. 3 fingies. Oh, yes. What I just did right there is basically I will create polygroups for different appendages just so that I can, when I'm in the gizmo tool, I can just hold control and like click on the appendages afterwards. You see that? Because now they're different polygroups, right? So I can just like control and click on wherever I just masked off. It's basically like, it's not exactly the same as saving a masking selection or a selection set or anything like that you would do in like Maxon Maya, but you can kind of get around that idea by masking things and then creating a polygroup, and can remember to select the same area of your sculpt again. Why not make it an anthropomorphic raptor? What, like a raptor person? What, like a scaly? Sir? What's up, Master? Your past 2? I wasn't streaming the last 2 weeks. I don't think. No. I did stream over on my channel. I did not save the VODs because I am an airbrain, but I stream over on my channel occasionally, which is, where is it? Right here. There it is. Dinky 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 dink, dinky dinky dink. Okay, that's weird. Stop doing that finger thing. What monsters do I like in the movie? Which movie? Any movie? What monsters? I really like... Gotta think about this one. There's a lot of different monsters that I like. I mean, I feel like the easiest one to say is Godzilla, right? Like, watching big monsters fight each other is just like, that's, I love it. It's super cool. Whoa, now, you know what really sucks is anytime somebody asks me something, everything that I could have just thought of without you asking me, I would have been able to answer it, but now that you ask me, it's out of my brain, so just give me a second to think about that one. Oh god, monster movies. Alien, obviously. I guess that's just like, that's an alien. Well, I mean, it's like a monster too. See, there's a difference between like designs that I respect and I can see like, you know, the talent and the thought that went into them, and then designs that I'm just gravitated towards, right? And so I like to separate the two, because a lot of designs in Hollywood, from the movies that I've seen, I really, really respect the crap out of. But in terms of like gravitating towards, it's definitely like, yeah, it's definitely more on like the whimsical and fantastical side and things that maybe you wouldn't normally think of. So, I mean, like Jurassic Park and stuff, like that's like badass. It's super cool to watch the dinosaurs fight each other. But maybe like things that are a little bit more weird. Like I really liked, what was the movie where the monster, it only hears, it can't see, and everybody has to be as quiet as possible? What's that movie called? I thought that was a really great design. That was really cool. What's that called? I also really liked that Netflix one. Frig, man. I see, I'm really bad. Quiet Place, yes, Quiet Place was really good. The, what is that one? It was on Netflix recently, and they go into the future, fight the aliens, come back. You know what I'm talking about? Tomorrow War. Yes, thank you. Loved that one. That one was sick. But you can kind of get the idea of like what I mean by monster designs that I gravitate towards. But ones that like I respect. Like I respect so much. Like there's a lot of really, really great designs out there. Yeah. Sorry, let me answer some stuff. Hey Beck, how's it going? How's the hand doing? I'm good again. Yeah, I can use my hand again. Aha, a brace. You'll not have a paleo seizure about the wrist being pronated. Thank you, Masta. I appreciate that. I appreciate you not having a, this is not historically accurate. When you start a new sketch, do you use a standard sphere from ZBrush, or do you have your own custom one that you've created yourself? Maybe even a dimension that will give problems with dimensions. How big is a sphere? Maybe a technical thing, having problems when you start a project, you find myself that the sphere is completely random. Yeah, so ZBrush is a little bit weird with its scaling. A lot of the times, like if you, like I'm still kind of confused about the scaling in ZBrush, if I'm being fully honest with you. Other people here are definitely, they'll definitely be able to help you, like other streamers. But usually what I do, if I'm starting something that needs to be very scale specific, I will bring in usually like a base mesh or something like that that I know is a certain height, you know, that I've measured in like Maya or wherever. I'll bring that in, and then, you know, having that there, I can start working. I usually do it within the same subtool. It may be a little bit hacky, but if I do it within the same subtool, then I know that it's going to be the same size as that base mesh, right? Or I can compare it off of that. Yes, yeah, Ken was fantastic on Tomorrow War. He did an amazing job. Okay, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I... Yeah, I should really look into scaling so I can answer those questions a little bit better. I apologize for not being able to help you with that one. I'll look into the scaling thing again, because I usually just like grab something that I know is already a certain size and I work off of that. And then if it isn't, then I'll just like rescale it in another program. But then again, I'm not working with like fully finished models all the time. Usually I'm doing biz dev stuff. So scaling, if it's not accurate, is usually not a big problem on my end, because I'm like passing around OBJs all the time anyways. Like, I mean, like I'm passing off OBJs and things like that. Pyramid Head? So you know what's crazy? Is I've never been like really huge into that. So there's that. There's that. There's that. But that doesn't mean that it's bad, right? And I recognize that it's cool, but I just was never into it, so I don't like gravitate towards that. So I like to differentiate between like designs that I respect and I know are really, really good, and then the ones that I gravitate towards and I'm like, I really like that, you know what I mean? I have taste that is not... taste is opinion. Subjective. But then, objectively speaking, designs can be good objectively speaking as well. Alright, okay. Let me play around with this, because you're a skinny girl with thick thighs, aren't you? Hey. Anyways, I usually do stupid nonsense like this to block something out anyway, all the time. Okay, and then we'll just open this stuff a little better. Yes. Fix that. Cthulhu! Cthulhu's a great monster, but I think that I mean, different times and stuff, but some questionable writing where Cthulhu comes from. Falling skies. What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? Falling. Oh god. Ah. Ah. Interesting. Cool. Did not know about that one. That's good. Okay, this guy. Need to do something here. Wondering if we want to do something like that. And then big long gangly. I think maybe big long gangly. Okay, yeah, now we're gonna start getting into the weird territory. Let's do that. Now we got the raptor-ish base, and I want to go from there and kind of figure out what else this could be. Always gonna be playing with proportions until I'm hippie. Hippie, and I know it. Do I use any Houdini? I do not. I do not use Houdini. I've been hearing everybody's been going over to Houdini because of the procedural stuff lately, for modeling. Not just modeling, but like just overall. I've heard a lot of people trying it out. How old am I? I prefer not to say that because it doesn't really matter. It's kind of a moot point. Hey Ovrook, how's it going? Ski line? The one with the hypnotic legs? Oh yeah. Falling Skies was a TV show, Alien Invasion. Yeah, that's what I thought they were talking about. Skyline. I don't know what that is either. There's a lot of things that I just have not watched. So much to watch. So little time. Oh, okay. So the content, science-wise, yeah. So when I'm watching sci-fi, I have to know if it knows what it is right off the bat. If I'm watching sci-fi and it doesn't know that it's like it's tricky for me, right? Like I'm kind of like weird about it because sometimes I'll be like, yeah, I can suspend disbelief for like sci-fi shows or sci-fi movies, but then on the other hand, I'm just kind of like, if they get the basic things wrong, or like use too much jargon that doesn't make sense, it throws me off. Ratcher-ish? Ratcher-ish? How do you send ZBrush projects to other software like Maya, 3ds? Max is the same units without scale of the project. Okay, well, you can always, like, if you're having like problems with anything, you could always export as where is it? FBX? You can always export an FBX, and it should maintain all of that data, like your scale information. It should. This way you can even like export different cameras and things like that. It'll all save that information for you. Otherwise, I've heard that people have some things weird with OBJ sometimes. I'm not really 100% sure again with the scaling thing. I'm gonna look into it so that I can answer this properly when it comes up again. But I usually don't deal with that kind of stuff right off the bat. Like, I'll just rescale in another program, for example. But if you're dealing with very specific things that need specific scale stuff, I think FBX would be your best bet for maintaining information. Yeah. And then there's also, oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. Hold on, let me get rid of that. I have to switch over to here real quick. Get rid of this. And remove that. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I was gonna say there's also GoZ as well. Which is not here. I can't remember because I don't really use GoZ, but GoZ is definitely something that you can set up, and it'll just be like a one-shot, like you click something and it'll send everything over to your program that you have it hooked up to, and that can be ZBrush, Blender, 3ds Max, a whole suite of different programs. They have a lot of them. Okay. You ever have that issue, by the way, and then you're doing something like this and you want it to be symmetrical but like properly, right? Like you want to scale it like stay there, don't scale it to the world. If you click local symmetry, it'll keep it towards the gizmo, like where you are at the gizmo. So then you can start scaling it directly where the gizmo is rather than to the world axis. Okay. What am I wanting to do here? Let me give this a little bit of res, I think. And we can start kinda. Oh, is it not by default? My apologies. Like I said, I don't use it. But yeah, you can definitely send over your stuff to other programs, Blender included. But I guess like you need like a plugin for that. But it works. It works with the ZBrush. What's up, Hannibal? How you doing? This is on Pretzel Rocks, so it's a free to use thing. Copyright free music. Yeah, I really like, I kind of want to. There we go. Okay, now we're gonna start getting weird with this. Okay. Yeah. Like, Wait. Let me... Do I want to go more like that, or do I want to say fuck it and kind of like go down here? Yeah, I like that. Yeah, we're gonna do this. Now we're going like eel territory, huh? Yeah. Yeah. An eel. Slendersaurus, yes. Yeah, she'd be skinny. Yeah, changes. We're just sketching. I don't know. I'm feeling this. That's the glory of it. If you start seeing something that you like, a direction that you want to go in that is different, then why not? Ooh. Bonk. Bonky bonk. Okay, wait, but like I'm actually like not. Hold on. What if we like? Hold up. What if I, right? And then I, right? Right? Okay. Like, what if I just... Whoa. What's even going on now? Who knows? Let's run with it. What could this be? Yeah, what if it's a giant, like, gear? Oh my god. Actually, though. Like, here would be, like, one system. No. Could be, like, a gear thing. Play around with that. Like a hinge. egg power. Maybe a little bit of this. Maybe a little bit of that. Yeah, we'll actually work on these claws in a second. Woo! Spinny spin! You know, if I don't have a goal, it's just gonna change like 90 times before I'm like, yeah, let's go with that. It just be that way. And I'm just gonna continuously frustrate the people watching me because they're like, I thought I was gonna get a tutorial. No. These are not tutorials. These are sketch sessions. Hang out with each other and sketch. And if you have questions, I try my best to answer. It inflates like a frog throat. Yo, I saw this thing. Apparently there's some kind of a disorder some people have where your neck muscles on the side is really like weak. And so if you start playing like the trumpet or something, it like inflates. I saw like, so the reason why I even found this, so it was like on TikTok, and I saw some dude playing the trumpet, his neck, I thought he was a frog. I literally thought he was a frog, and it freaked me out so bad. I went deep diving into all of these people with weak side neck muscles that when they blow really hard, it goes bloop, bloop. Like, damn. I don't remember what it was called, though. But there's like a thing. And they're like frog people. Rattling. How do I stretch the geo over a sphere like that? If this is a different object, then you just grab this and you just drag and then change the camera and kind of average it. I mean, it's not accurate. It's not like super direct or anything, but it's you know, you eyeball it, right? Yeah, I don't think that would be a fun thing to have, the frog throat thing, but I don't really know what it is either, right? Like, it just kind of really took me off guard. And I didn't save the TikTok, so I can't show you, but take my word for it, it was weird. And anybody who has that, I am sorry for your throat. I hope that you are not in pain. Okay. That is control and drag with the gizmo, by the way, to do that. Katy Perry can do it? No, I don't mean like the forward. I don't mean the forward one. I can do that too, and I'm not gonna demonstrate it. I mean like from the side, like you go like bleh, like from the sides. No, I mean from the front. Because from the front, I can be a frog person too. Not from the side. Alt snake hook to slide on the surface. Yes, actually, I do believe that's a thing. I don't use that, but I do believe... Wait, let me grab. So if you alt... Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Yep. Alt does that for you. There you go. So there you go. Yeah, nice. Nice find, actually. I never use that. I usually just kind of like start throwing things around. But if you hold Alt, then yeah, it slides on the surface. Thank you so much. Yeah. Chest full of bangers, dude. Smart people there. Why am I even here? Big mouth boy. Man, actually, that's super annoying. I'm sorry I'm talking like that. I just like... I don't socialize anymore. I just talk to my dog a lot of the time. So if you hear me going like, wow, big mouth. Because I'm lonely. Okay. Let me split this off. Perfect. Close holes. Close oh, my goobers. Let me get rid of that. I didn't remove that mask before. Delete hidden. And I've got all of these things like that I use on a frequent basis. I've got all of that stuff like on the side here. So like delete hidden, close holes, flip, double, all that kind of stuff is on the side over there for me. Watermelon, what's up, Pedro? How's it going? Hi, Wizard. Sculpt a frog. I don't want to. I did a mole rat at some point. That started off, I think, kind of frog-like, and then it turned into whatever it was. Yeah, it's really bright. It is very bright. It's actually interesting because of this room, the way that it is situated. Around 4 p.m. I usually can't like sit in here doing work because it starts just like the sun is beating in through the window so hard. Even when the shades are closed, it's hard. It's just really hard for me to sit here and work. It's intense. What's up, Dave? Yeah, I have blackout blinds, but even still, it just gets really, really hot. Even with the AC and everything, just it's very uncomfy, you know? Just uncomfy. But I'm just like splitting stuff up, by the way. Select, mask, and then I will. Do I have my split? No, I don't. I have my, I'll use this one. And then close holes. Close holes. And I can start switching that. Over here. Thermal curtains. Oh, that's nice. Mine are apparently thermal curtains. It still doesn't matter. He's good. He's got allergies though, so he's wearing his cone again. Because he decided, well, I mean, he got itchy. It's not really his decision, but decision with the itchiness was to completely eliminate his armpit again. So store the cone until his armpit is not messed up. He'll be fine. Gotta get him another one of those soft cones. He destroyed the last one. We gotta get him another one. And he's getting smarter for the cone too, and he's finding ways to like just position himself just perfectly so that he can lick his toes. I'm like, hey, like I'm using my medication, the medication that you need. Can you please not lick your toes? Cannot be licking this. So after I put like the stuff on his toes, I have to like watch him. And the second I see him trying to do like the maneuver to get to his toes, I'm like, clap, clap, clap. Don't you do it. No, he gets the socks off. Like he can reach them. We have socks for him. Look, little monkey socks. Little monkey socks. He's smart, dude. It's like having a smart dog like this is literally having like a toddler. Like I mean, people with kids would probably disagree, but they do have like a similar intelligence. I love it, but it's also a challenge a lot of the time because he's too smart for his own good. Like he's smart, but then he's also like really stupid, you know? Like it's just it's a wonderment. It's really it's wonderful to behold. Dogs, really smart, but also really stupid. You know. That's true. Never have to put him through college or university. It just, you know, his allergy medication and stuff like that, it just costs an arm and a leg anyway. Oh, man. Yeah, the cognitive intelligence. Yeah. Oh, no worries, Master. You don't have to hang around if you can't. We just chilling. We just chilling, man. Alright, let's see. What do I want to do here? Oh, do these have, they do! Mesh. Remodeler, rather. Bam, bam. Can we get? Where are you? Thank you. Yes. Not as symmetrically. Still got that around there. Ah, it'll be fine. No, that's gonna be a problem. Alright. Let's do it like this. He's fine. Stroke frame mesh. We will do polygroups, and let me grab actually no, let me grab where are you? There you are. Stroke modifiers, not to size, and then grab, I'm gonna try this one. No, it's hair, but it's kind of neat. Smaller one. Perfect. And there you go. Go to here. Very nice. Look how clean. So clean. Okay. Let's see. Wondering and working on something and trying to close holes from an OBJ, but you get overlapping geometry where the holes are. Any idea how to clean it up from there? So you're trying to close holes from an OBJ, but you get overlapping geometry where the holes are. So you're just using close holes to do that? Do you have clean topology on your OBJ? Because closed holes is not going to give you clean topology a lot of the time. It's going to give you something a little bit more like tessellated. So I would say that maybe you want to try to use ZModeler, and there are a couple of functions with the edge. So if you hover over and right click on the edge, then you can do like a bridge, right? So you can close holes that way. And then there's also where is it? There should be a fill. You can also collapse edges as well together. So like all of this will be your poly editing tools. There should be a fill. I can't remember where it is though right now. So if you're having issues with close holes though, like this function, it definitely try to just use the ZModeler or something like that. And if you are still receiving weirdness from that, you might have non-manifold geometry or some kind of like vertex, you know, from your other program that is unwelding or, you know, overlapping another vertex, and then you're getting like weirdness. So if you want to check your mesh integrity as well, you can check the mesh to see if there's like any issues there. If there's no issues, it'll just say mesh check is complete. If there are issues, it'll tell you what it is. And so if there are issues and you want to preserve that geometry, you're going to want to go back into your other program, fix it there, see whatever the heck is wrong with it, fix it there, and you can bring it back and it should be fine. But you know, if you don't need to preserve the geometry too, you can just click fix mesh, and then it'll weld any weird extra vertices that might be on top of other ones, or like edges that might be on top of other ones, or anything that's non-manifold as well. So yeah, okay. don't forget to stretch your back. It is important. Okay. Let's use some of the IMM parts and stuff like that, because there's actually quite a bit of like hard surface like nicks and knacks that you can use within ZBrush, just like the basic stuff. Even like the IMM Boolean things, you don't necessarily need to use them as like Booleans either. Like they can be like kitbashed for different like hard surface things, which is kind of fun. You can just kind of like cycle through a bunch of these. Let's see, maybe not. Thought there was. Should be. Where is it? What's it called? If I could remember what things were called, you know, you can just click, like let's say you wanted the move brush, you could just go like B, M, and then wherever it is here, you'd be able to find it, like B, M, and then V, and then you'd have move brush, right? But I don't remember what the certain brushes are called in the first place, because there's such bad like memory with things, so it's just there. Machine parts, thank you. Here we go. We've got like some stuff to work from here, and you can just kind of like build on top of that. Ah, turbines. Look at turbines. We can have some fun with that. Throw them in here. Mask. Okay. Which would articulate. Well, I can get rid. Well, it doesn't really matter. I can keep it. Turbo turbine dragon. Hell yeah, we're just gonna like kitbash a bunch of things. I mean, why not, right? Like, it's here. You're loud. You're loud. What could we do that's interesting on the top part? We could probably grab just an average recess file. Drag that out. Hold on. Let me grab a flat surface here. What? And hey, Cake, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, and then this guy. Let's see, what can we do here? Maybe we can grab every single one of these. No, we won't be able to. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go like this. Yeah, because that doesn't have a thing. Okay. Hydrate. Oh yeah, I haven't saved it all. Living on the edge. Living on the edge. I'll probably just like shove things into this, honestly. Instead of just like polymodeling it. I don't really want to. Some sketching. You're not modeling here. Shh. Perky, don't tell anyone. Shh. I'm being sneaky. Let's see. Hold on, I gotta save this. How long will it take somebody to learn this? It really depends on the person. As frustrating as that might be to hear, it really just depends on you as a person. For me, it took me, well, to get comfortable with it, I guess. It took me maybe a year to get, like, comfortable enough to, like, just do, like, whatever. But then, you know, to get good on top of that is its own thing as well, right? So, it just depends on you, as unhelpful as that might be to hear. Yeah, I'll probably like add things on top of this. I don't feel like totally poly modeling this thing. Okay, now I want to like create like a... Take this away. I'm gonna create like a fan though. Wait. Let me do... Where is... that? Where's... I'm pretty sure there's like a flat one. Or do I have to make that? I might have to make it. No, I'm pretty sure there's a flat one. There should be a flat one. Model kit? Maybe it's in model kit. This is a big one, chunky. Should be a flat one. I'm pretty sure. Where you at? Where you at? If not, actually I have another idea too. No, there it is. There's the flat ones. I remembered. Vents. Yeah, plates, see? Look at all this stuff. All this stuff. You can just do literally like so much fun with it. Oh yeah. Oh, thank you very much. It's very cool. Okay, delete. Okay. This should be, yep, we're good. Here. Here. And then I can just take these, auto group, and then do any of them interlock? No, they don't. Mirror and weld so that both of them have the same polygroups on both sides. And now, that, and then hidden, hidden, hidden. Oopsies. Do some of that other trimming that I had started as well with the other stuff. Delete. Yo, what's up, Shane? How are you? I'm just kitbashing stuff for funsies. How's it going? And I'm sure all of you know Shane, but if you don't, he is a streamer on this channel and is incredible as an artist and teacher. Specifically teacher. Very good at teaching. So you should check him out. You haven't, which I'm sure you have, because who lives under a rock? Okay, and then I'll grab these guys. Give it a little pushy pull. In you go. You go. I don't mind if it's not perfect. Yeah, I'm just doing whatever. I'm just doing whatever. You know how it is. Usually the case. Let's get an actual look to all of this, because it's kind of disjointed, isn't it? Okay, so going to grab you know what? Actually, I'm going to not use that. I'm going to use one of these. Where are you at? Woo! Neato burrito. Also, if he's looking a little bit cute right now, it's literally because I'm coming off of a contract. Like, I'm gonna have to go right back to it too, like after stream is done. I'm doing something very, like, I'm doing something in the realm of like preschool kids work right now, and it's very like, it's kind of like whiplash going from like creature stuff to that. Thanks, Master. We gotta like actually reel it in though, because this is kind of looking. So I'm thinking. Oh, not clip. We want mask circle. Huh? Oh no. Okay. Mask circle. Hmm. No, you know what? Okay, back to ZBrush, but just gonna Get rid of these guys. Yeah. Yeah, I know creatures can be good, cute too. I'm just like, coming off of that, man. It's funny because like I genuinely like doing both. I like doing preschool things. I like doing things for like more teen audiences, and I also like doing like rated R stuff. Like I don't really. I like the difference. I like jumping from thing to thing, but you can see like a lot of the time, if there is something influencing me, it's like it's still in the shorthand and stuff that I'm doing. Like I'm still kind of like in big primitive shape mode or something like that. When jumping through from like super like preschool show, for example, to something that's more in line with like, I don't know, a grotesque monster or something. You can see kind of gets translated into like this weird like oh, it's kind of cute or whatever. It's funny, like if you do know my work, you would probably be able to accurately tell what kind of a project I'm working on at any given time, given like the shorthand that I usually default to on a stream at any given time. I just find it kind of funny. This ended up getting showed. No. Nah. Funny, right? Like you look at my art station, you're like, oh, what the heck? You don't have anything that's like preschool related there, but the work is there, my friends. The Jurassic Park movie, God no. I wish, that would be cool, right? The turbine is kind of silly, I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm gonna do something here with this. Let's see, what do you got going on? I think these internal things freaking me out. Yeah, that feels less busy. This guy. Maybe. I want to do something a little bit more. In here. Okay. So ridiculous. He's just got a turbine casually there, you know. Whatever. Just a casual neck turbine. What even is this? Okay, going back to the where's my extrude? Yeah, let's go back to that. Let's create some kind of like cabling so we can actually kind of like make sense of this. Maybe not like that though. It's also like said to be hair, but it can be hard surface, like kind of like cable type stuff as well. Let's go with, what's a good profile for this? Hey Omar, how are you doing? If you've done the preschool type thing, yeah. What about the Fantastic Beasts films? I mean, that would be really cool to work on too, but nope, no, I have not worked on that. I have not worked on any of that. It would be cool. It's not in my resume. Actually, speaking of a resume, man, like I have not really updated my resume in a long time. I'm just gonna start taking like this kind of thing and duplicating it around as well, just to get the same sort of language going. We do not have the same language throughout this guy. Shape language, I mean. You know, this is kind of not working. I'm gonna delete that too. And these guys, also not a fan of them. I'm gonna do something else. Just gonna do that, nice and dirty, delete. Okay. So. Image files? Are you talking about image files, Bobbles? Is that what you're talking about? Because you can do that with texture. And then if you click this and you say import, then you can like load in a texture, and then you turn on Spotlight and it shows there. IGES file. I don't know. I don't know about that. I do not use IGES. Yeah, you can always if something is not able to be imported, you either can do an OBJ conversion or worst case scenario, do FBX. FBX usually retains a lot of information. So hey Bad, what's up? Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Yeah, I think that is a lot more simplified and works a little bit better. The turbine can now work a little bit better with the shapes that were going on. I think all of that like weird hexagonal stuff was very distracting to like the main kind of like design elements we started using. So good riddance. And we need some sort of like a intake tube, right? So anytime that you're dealing with like tubes or anything like that, even if they don't make much sense, you make them make sense by creating some sort of like an intersection or whatever. Sorry, I just realized this light blast in my face. Okay, so if you wait, let me get this on dynamic real quick. Let's see what's going on here. Okay. So not really like a fan. I'd probably reduce Papo on this one as well. Anyways, I could fidget with this, but I'm not going to. Okay, let's go here and not do that. Go to parts, model kit. There we go. And now we can kind of create some sort of like an intake. So I'll usually use like something like this. Like if I'm sketching, if I'm not, then I'll use a different Kitbash thing that'll make usually project specific depending on what it is that I'm doing. I won't always be using this kind of stuff because like if you're concepting stuff, you know, you don't want to keep using the same default things for client stuff. You want to edit that and make it work with what you're doing. Or, you know, if you have like your own Kitbash libraries and things, even editing those specific to whatever you're working on at that time, because each project will call for a different style. So if you're constantly using the same stuff, I mean, you might have a signature and like that's what you're being hired for. But a lot of the time you want to make sure that you're not cross-contaminating essentially style stuff. So Kitbash is cool, but leaving it as just Kitbash, it's irresponsible. However, we're sketching here, so it doesn't matter. I'm just putting that as a disclaimer. You know. Get some sort of like a housing here. We're doing like this semi-organic. I don't really care about having some things hidden by flesh or whatever. We're just having fun. Watching me on Facebook on Pixelogic? Nice. Nice. Guess we're streaming there now too? Thought that maybe we weren't, because I'm not getting any Facebook comments coming through. Let's see. Thank you, Pietro. I appreciate it. Any idea of what one might do if the ZBrush diagnostic utility runs for hours without actually making a report? You had ZBrush mess up and seemingly nuke a file in the mess up. Support wants a log. Well, if you're already talking to support, then they're gonna know best, because I mean, like, I don't work for Maxon ZBrush. I literally am just a volunteer here. So I wish that like I could help you with these extremely back-end technical things, but I'm not like an engineer, software engineer or anything like that. So if you're already talking to support, then let them know that it's been running for hours, because I don't think that's normal. It should only take a few minutes. Last time that I did the diagnostic tool, it was not that long. There might be something going on with your system, but again, talk to support. They're gonna know best. You shut off 4 messages so far? Yeah, I don't know why. I don't see any of the Facebook messages. It doesn't, like, you can see right here, this is the restream chat. For some reason, the Facebook ones are not in there. I don't know. Sometimes it messes up. Yeah, sorry, Master. Sorry. I apologize. Yeah, because, well, if it helps, like, when I did run the diagnostic tool, when I had issues, it was fairly quick to get it, like, sorted, and I got a log fairly quickly. Like, it did not take very much time. So if it's running for hours, there's definitely something wrong there. What's your favorite use to add your own touch to those stock objects? It really depends on the thing that I'm doing. Like, if if there's a very specific style, then it will come down to that style. A lot of the time I just have to build things from scratch, though, to be honest with you. Like, this stock stuff is really just for me for sketching things, or if you're doing something a little bit more on like the realism, less like specifically stylized in one way or another, then you can use the stock stuff. But if you've got like a specific style, then a lot of the time you're gonna have to do edits based on that. So when you're talking about like stylization, sometimes it just means making things chunkier. You know, I'll a lot of the time just use like cylinders and just start working from there and extruding different like polygroups that I set, etc. When I'm sketching though, like a lot of the time I'll just kind of do stuff like this. It's just like because I don't really care if the topology is like perfect or anything. So if you start moving stuff around and then, you know, you throw on a dynamic, it still is very good, like like it can still like be hard surface, right? Like it's still a smooth surface, you know, it's still clean and you can still work with that and it still looks like an intake valve of some kind, right? So I don't really mind like wonking it around and stuff with the move brush when I'm just like working on my own thing. But if it's for a very specific project, then I usually have to like build things like from the ground up, depending on what it is that I need. There's been a couple of mechs that I've had to do for different, well, one contract that I did like a handful of mechs, but all of that had to be hand sculpted because it was very ornate. And then there was like another thing that I did that was very like kitbashy, so I built all of those pieces from the ground up, and then I would use that specific to that project's kitbash to create that like the mech wings and things like that. So but that's usually like pretty like stylized, right? Like when I'm doing that kind of thing, it's pretty stylized. It's not super realistic mechanical stuff, right? The dorsal plating down the spine, Turbosaurus. Dude, I love that you're calling it a Turbosaurus. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think we can kind of continue this. Thinking of this kind of like maybe even like feathers, maybe. I'm thinking of changing this up because it is a little on like, I mean, like cute is fine and everything, but like I said, I'm coming off of, it's like whiplash to me, right? Because I was just working on something more like preschool before I started on this. So I'm like, yeah. Thinking maybe like we could go a little bit more on the, like get a beak going, you know? Because if we're doing this, it's kind of like feathers. Probably, I kind of want to like put a fan in there as well. Yeah, I'm gonna go like the kind of like feathery route, I think. I'm wondering actually if I just want to like, yeah, I kind of want to like try maybe something like that, because now we're thinking a little less of just like design, but also like, okay, what does that look like if it were to, oh yeah, that's like a super unhinged jaw. That would be kind of cool, huh? So if we create like, okay, so if we make kind of like something a little bit chunkier and like that would be the hinge point, then all of this could come up. We could create some sort of a, let's see, kind of like a, where's a plane? Like a fabric, right? Right here. So I put double onto the one-sided stuff so I can, like double-sided. You do display, you can see double-sided stuff. So you can actually make this into more of like a hanging fabric. right? That will compress and whatnot when the jaw is not open. So then, like, if this was open, right, then that would come down as well. We could do that. Which means, I mean, I don't need to do all of the inside or anything right now either. Then all of this, we're also gonna have to have some sort of a, oh no, that's the other one. I wanted the parts. Machine parts we could rig around with. I keep being like, okay, don't swear, Ash. Yeah, we could probably work with like some, I mean, this is heat transfer thing. We could probably do something cool there. Yeah, we can probably work with that because it's kind of like ornate enough. It can pass as like an ornate thing, and we can start like dragging that out. Might be kind of cool. Okay, let me split masks. Give this a quick mesh. If you make CGI, you can make a cartoon. If you make CGI, you can make a cartoon. I mean, do I have a cartoon channel? No, I don't have any cartoon channel. I mean, I do stylized things on my own personal Twitch channel, but I didn't save the last things that I was working on VOD-wise, so can't really demonstrate that. You just kind of gotta take my word that I go back and forth from stylized, different styles. I don't think anything that I do is really like hyper realistic, if I'm being real. Like, most of my work is in the stylized area. Yeah, all of my work is stylized that in some regard. Yeah, we could screw around with this, I think. This that way? No, probably sideways. Yeah. And then in. Who's backseat sculpting right now? I wasn't even looking at chat. What are you guys trying to make me do? Who's backseating me? Oh yeah, no, it's not just you, Red. It's not just you. Naughty chat. Backseating me. You want me to make the legs fatter? You want me to add some nitrous canisters? You want me to do all this stuff when clearly it's still a work in progress. Patience. Naughty. All right, this guy. That's kind of like a fun head silhouette, isn't it? I like how chunky it is. Look at, you see the silhouette here? How it's very like, look. Wait, hold on. Watch this. Look at that. You can kind of see what I'm going with here. You've got like this really big shape and then the little offshoots, right? That's sort of what I'm working with. There's a lot of banger tips. Are there? Honestly, if you have any questions about like anything that I'm doing though, like ask me, because a lot of the time I feel like, oh yeah, people just know this, and then I don't say anything. So this one I said I wanted to muck around with. Also this turbine I'll probably muck around with again. And this one, actually, you know what? Let me see here. Where are you going? Get rid of that one, and then can we do a extrude polyloop? Where are you at? Polyloop, and then wherever that is facing, it'll do that thing. Extrude that inwards. Go. We get a dynamic, then we can feels more inset, right? So that's another thing that you're going to want to do when you're dealing with just like creating models in general. You can see how much of a difference this makes. Watch, I get rid of that and then I turn and then I had a dynamic on after that, right? You can see how CG, I guess, that looks like. It's very clearly like just paste it in. But the second that you put some sort of a housing there, you just extrude into areas where things will insert themselves. It just feels better, like in terms of your design, like it feels more grounded, it feels tangible, it feels like that can exist. Whereas like if you didn't have just something as simple as that, it would feel strange. It would feel like two things are just slapped together, like the intersection. But you can get away with a lot of like that intersection feeling thing just by creating that like inset into a lot of these things, right? Just save. Bling. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I need a pee, and I will be back in a minute. So hang on to your butt cheeks. Look, now they kiss. Kiss. Wait. Hold on. Can I like... Yeah. How about, wait, there we go. Okay. Yes. Kiss. They kiss. Okay. I'll be back in a second, okay? BRB. BRB. I have a pee. Okay, I'm back. Got my water. Okay. No, they're just hanging out. They're just hanging out. They're roommates. They're roommates. Okay. I'm sure a lot of people just joined this stream right then and there. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. All right, back to this. We want... Yeah, I could do Boolean here. Huh? Okay, let me like... Split. Okay, where are you at? You're here. So anytime I'm doing a Boolean, make a folder for it, for that specific part. Otherwise, you're gonna have a pretty bad time organizing everything. Did you get that tablet you used right away, or did you start? Oh yeah, I started with a, well, I mean, when I was in high school, when I was doing like just the first time I ever digitally painted in high school, I had like a really old Wacom rather, that was passed down from my dad, who did a lot of like Photoshop for prepping for screen printing and things like that. So he didn't need that and he gave it to me, and I just started drawing anime, really bad anime with it, from Hitman Reborn. It was really cringe and bad. And then I moved up to probably a 4 and Wacom 4 and Intuos 4, and then from there I was a Wacom Intuos Pro Medium, which was very good tablet. I still have it over there just in case I'm having some bad ergonomic issues with my Cintiq, and now I have a Cintiq because for whatever reason, I think Amazon one day was on crack and put the Cintiq 22 HD on sale for like 57% off, like brand new. And I was like, hell yeah, I'm on that. And the second I bought it, the sale was done. So I was like, I'm glad I'm an impulse spender, you know, because like that was super cool. But if it was like at full price, like the $2,000 something, like that's like hard to bite the bullet on something like that. And when it comes to sculpting, you don't necessarily need this. You don't need this at all. I got it on sale, so I was super stoked for that. I was like beyond stoked. But yeah, if you don't have the money or anything, you can literally get like a Wacom bamboo, even like, you know, one of those like really small like tablets. Like you could get one like for like $100, or even used. You could probably get a better than a bamboo on like eBay or something if you're in an area where other artists live. You know, they might be selling like other things on eBay. You could always like grab from them or something like that. You don't need like a screen tablet for sculpting, at least not right off the bat. So don't worry yourself about it. One thing though is true, if you're doing sculpting, you're doing sculpting, and then you're doing more of like what I do afterwards, which is what's it called? Paint overs, like rendering and then doing paint overs, then you're gonna probably want an on-screen tablet. Again, you don't need it, but if you're also a 2D artist, then I find that having the on-screen thing for painting specifically is necessary for me because of hand-eye coordination and getting my strokes right and everything. When I'm painting, I use a lot more of my shoulder, but when you're sculpting, you don't need to do as much of that. Like, brush stroke is not as important when you're sculpting. You can be a little bit more finagly with it, I guess, and move things around with like the move brush, and kind of like you're using a constant liquefy tool. If you were to imagine it like Photoshop in 3D, you're using the liquefy tool, so it's not as brush dependent, like brush stroke dependent. But when you're painting, it's very brush stroke dependent, so you need like the on screen, versus when you're sculpting you don't. Hey Link. Oh, sorry to hear that, Reth. Yeah, I don't know. I think I like the Intuos Pro Medium. I thought it was pretty good. But if you're saying XP Pen is like better, I mean, I guess like as like an on-screen tablet, right? Okay, so this is why I make like Booleans. When I make Booleans, I like to put them in folders, because then if you wanted to, what's it called? Boolean everything, right? Then you can just turn everything off, and then in the folder you would just have these things, and afterwards you can get rid of it very easily. Whereas like if you didn't do that, you would have to go piece by piece. You know, it can get a little bit messy. So when you're starting to Boolean things, just make sure that you get a little bit more organized than maybe you have been. If you don't use folders, now's the time. I am on a Amazon Basic, Jacob. I'm using the Amazon Basic arm, which is way cheaper, so don't bother buying the Ergo because it's the same thing, but it's cheaper, the Amazon one. And then the great thing about it is if you need the extension, like let's say you're not like, I just realized this thing is like way up in the air. If you're not, you know, using it like up and you need it to stay up, I've never found that the arms are sturdy enough for a big like Cintiq like this anyways to hold it up. So if you're supporting it on a desk and you just need it to be moved around and supported on an angle, then yeah, get the Amazon Basic one, and then you can actually get the Ergo arm extensions like from a third party or something like that for cheap, and it works with the Amazon Basic arm. So that's what I did, and I have it long enough that I can kind of like push it and pull it all over my desk, which is important because it's really bad for your back. So you'll see me like stretching like this a lot, because that's a big one, right? Like it messes with your back pretty bad. If you stay in the same position, you forget to keep stretching every like hour to 2 hours or so, then you're gonna get pains, dude. But if you're not on a screen tablet, that's not as much of a problem, because everything is kind of rested on the desk and you can sit up straight and everything. But this, you find yourself hunching a lot. You'll see me, like I start hunching, right? Like it's like, okay, gamer neck, you know, like it's time to not be a snake. You gotta sit up, snap that neck up, you know? So keep that in mind as well. Be able to get anything decent here. I guess I could polygroup. Sorry, I'm just trying to like think of what is it that I wanted to do. We could also grab this one here just so it's less intense. And then we can crease edges. I mean, that'll still be like that though. But see. Yeah, it's gonna make an interesting shape. That's all I care about at this point. Do that. Do that. Okay. Crease. Okay, good, and then I'll shove that around the other side. Any panel loops in the fish head creature? No, I haven't been using any panel loops right now. It's because like I'm just like messing around right now. But that is a very good workflow, by the way. If you wanted to just like sculpt something and like, especially for armor sets and stuff, you just kind of carve out the areas that you want, mask it, and then panel loop everything. And then move stuff around with panel loops. It creates a whole bunch of, well, panels based on different masked areas and polygroups. So it's a good workflow. But that's not what I'm doing. I'm just like messing around and creating whatever. Creating what have you, if you will. I keep forgetting what I was gonna do. Because brain fart. Yeah, panel loops for hard surface is pretty much a like given for a lot of different types of things. It's just like really fast to get things done. It's been around for a long time too. Okay, right, this is what I was gonna do. So you turn everything off except for this, and then you say Boolean mesh, and it's doing its thing. Should be up here. Yes. Okay, so I have it on the other way, and that's why it wasn't the way I wanted it. So I think that this is dynamic. Yeah, we don't want that. We will go and give it actual subdivisions. So now it's nice and smooth. And make Boolean mesh. And these guys, turn that off. Turn everything else on. Yeah, it's off, yeah. And here's the full thing, and then I don't have to have Boolean on, and you can now delete that other folder. Or you can keep it if you want. I usually just delete it, because whatever, you don't need it after after you actually do the Boolean. Wait. Yeah, I'll get rid of that. There we go. Now remesh. Go half. Half again. Half again. Nice. And then with this, go onto micropoly. I'm just throwing in a whole bunch of random stuff. And we can do we want the hexagon thing or do we want to go more like this? I think we want to go more like this because we're probably going to do a little bit of like ornate stuff. In which case, you can go ahead and also you can make your own micropolys as well if you wanted this to be looking very specific. Let's go ahead and ZBrush half this again. Go. Bit of a thickness. Trypophobia! Yeah. And the cool thing is like you don't, like with micropoly on, like you can kind of cycle through a whole bunch of different like ideas as well. Like you don't have to, you know, settle on one specific thing. You can keep changing it if you want to, because it's non-destructive. Unless you say accept, obviously, in which case, like, GG's, but nice, you're good to go. Okay. Selected, there we go. And then, yeah, so you can mess around with this, change it to different things. Let's kinda we could just do like the average, where is it? The hex plane, you know? Sort of a thing. The carpets and shine. Yeah, it is. Right. Oh my god, it is. True. Yeah, micropoly, you can have a whole bunch of fun with. I was gonna do that down here as well. Let's turn this one on here. Hi, Rayonen. Yeah. You know. Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm behaving. I'm behaving. I'm being good. Mostly. Not doing anything too weird. Oh. Is that because I have the picker? Yep. No. Source. Dynamic. No. No, that's in stroke. Repel. Oh, there it is. Get away. Okay. No. There we go. It is. It's very easy. I mean, when you're sketching, I wouldn't do this if you're gonna do this kind of thing. Don't do that for production. But if you're doing it for concepting and sketching your own thing or whatever, like, it's totally fine. Not for production. Not for production. Remember, this is not for production. You'd be doing things a little bit differently, a little bit cleaner. Sorry, I always have to say that so people don't get the wrong idea. And then, you know, someone's like a junior somewhere and they're like, well, you see, this girl, Ashley, she told me, she said, shoot. Did I now? Did I gone done it? Still in all these bad behaviors. So that's why you're 3D. Okay. See, you can't come in here and blame me. I mean, you absolutely can. You absolutely can. But that's why I put those disclaimers, okay? That's why those disclaimers exist. Why I say them. So you can't come in here and blame me. That's hey Reth. Hey now, don't you be calling me out like that, okay? I have been giving a disclaimer at the beginning of all of these streams, okay? I've been saying, listen, this is a sketchbook session. Okay? Don't you be picking up any of this as like, oh, I can absolutely do this for production, because no. No. It's there in the fine print. Clearing up your sculpt for printing. Yep. You always gotta clean up your mess afterwards. You always gotta. But it allows you to be free initially, which is important, right? I think the more fun and free that you can be in the design stage without really worrying about all of that stuff, the better. So, you know. Why are these models not fit for production? Well, you see, they have almost 1 million polys, and that's only in this like top head part that I've been designing. I have completely neglected the rest of the body because, you know, whatever, right? So if you were to make this production ready, you'd want to retopologize everything, and most of this would absolutely work. This you'd have to eliminate, right? So these spiky things, I mean, you could, but it's like bad topology. Is right? Like I mean, technically you could, but it's not ideal. So if you wanted to make that like production quality, you'd either use hair cards or actual hair, or remodel something like a specific feather that you could duplicate around everywhere. This is just something viz dev related, right? This is what I do to sketch and design really quick. I have a whole bunch of shorthands that I do just to get shit to clients fast. And if they like it, then I say, okay, I can clean it up. If they don't like it, well, no harm, no foul. I didn't spend too long doing something that they don't like, right? So that's why I don't really care too much about that sort of thing. I like being sketchy because it just makes things fast, right? You know, the faster you can show somebody something and get a yes or a no, the better. So things like this, like really thin geometry, all of that, problem solve it later, okay? But like if you can get it figured out design-wise and make happy client, you know, then you're in the good. You're in the real good. Yeah, I mean, again, like if something like this, right? For game design, you'd probably make them planes. Something more stylized, you'd maybe want to make them chunkier, so you'd have like cones, right? Of some kind. You know, you can make this work. Like, it's not impossible. So this would be like an alpha plane too, unless we're going like VFX, in which case you don't care. You can put a hell of a load of geometry if you really need to, if the budget calls for it, right? Yeah, this one would definitely be way easier to retop. You are correct. I feel like most hard surface things, it's, you know, it's easier for people to kind of wrap their head around. When you start getting into like really like organic, flimsy stuff, things with like blood strands and whatever, you have to start thinking about like, how does like VFX work with this model, right? In which case, you know, like if you're not a VFX artist, like I'm not a VFX artist, you'd have to collaborate with somebody else. If that was the design that you're going with, you'd have to collaborate with somebody else who would be working on that kind of stuff for the VFX, for that creature, for that, you know, whatever it is that you're making. Because not everything is just straight up the character art. Sometimes you're going to need to talk with other artists as well that specialize in different things for the productions that you're doing. Where do I put what graphical hacks? Exactly. I'm here for the viz dev, man. Like, I'm here to get a yes or no on some designs. Or concepts, even. And then, so concept, most of the time, design will be the figuring out stage, right? So concept is, what's the target? What is the idea? What do we want to do? Concept is all ideas. And then design is grounding that idea. All right, how do we make it work? You know? How's it work? How can we ground the design more? Or how can we ground the concept more in design, you know? And personally, I like to separate them. I work with, like, you know, while I'm concepting, I do design as well, especially if I'm doing it for production. I don't really have my brain turned off as much as I do for these streams. No offense or anything. Like, I'm not trying to say, like, oh, I'm not thinking at all during these streams. It's just, you know, designing well during a live stream is incredibly difficult because it uses so much of your brain power. So a lot of the time when I'm just doing sketchbook sessions, it's so like artsy free fartsy, you know, like I'm just going at it. Like I don't have a thought in the world about, is this gonna work for production or not? Like, because like that's just, it's a lot to be streaming for 4 hours, designing well and answering questions and things like that. It's kind of like, it's mentally taxing. Good design is separating concept from design when you're streaming. It makes it a lot more bearable. So that's where, you know, you get a lot of like wacky, like whimsical things, you know. But a lot of people get the idea of like, oh, well, you know, you're designing it at the same. It's not necessarily like some, I mean, there's like, you know, in the back of my head, of course, like there's things that I would be thinking of all the time regardless, but it's not necessarily something that I'm actively thinking about. Like, I need this to be good for production. So I'm not actively being like, oh, well, that's not going to work. Oh, that's not going to work. And then like just avoiding certain things, you know, if I'm doing something for production, it is a lot more reeled in. Just like, you know, in terms of, is it going to even be feasible, you know? How am I going to make this efficient? Yeah, and I think there's like all different kinds of artists too, right? Like some people lean more on the tech art side of things. Like they have more of an interest in making things efficient and, you know, laying out UVs super efficiently and, you know, just making sure that everything works really well. And there's like a pride to that. And I understand that, like, that enjoyment of it as well. But for me, my enjoyment comes in the ideas stage and just like vomiting out as many iterations of things as possible, because I like to just jump from one thing to another. And I love the feeling of the snowball effect that happens. So like, if you're faced with a problem, a lot of the time what ends up happening is you might sit down and you start doing one thing and it breaks you out of the art block. It forces you out of this art block to just like jump, iteration, because what ends up happening is you put down an idea and then from that idea, you all of a sudden start seeing something else and you're like, oh wait, it can go in this direction and then that direction. And like, you know, all of a sudden you've got like 10 different things like all over the place. And you can kind of choose and pick and then start honing in on one specific direction. And that's really fun. That's really exciting to me. I like that a lot. But then when I have to do things like in a rule set, like I can do them. It's just very like, I would prefer to be on more of like the, let me be a little bit of a freak, you know? So I like ZBrush for that, because I can be a freak in this stage. What's up, Burkuk? How are you doing? Is that a dragon? Metal? Yeah, metal dragon. He's kind of like a raptor dragon thing. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Having fun. We're just talking about the difference between design and concept. Technical details helps. Ultimately, the goal is to create something, at least in the initial stages, right? Like, if you are trying to become specifically a character artist, right? Now, the artist part of that is deceiving, because you're thinking, oh, I'm just, like, a lot of people might think, like, I just have to concept and sculpt the characters. No, that's like if you're only doing that, you're more in like the niche area of like viz dev. Character art is like start to finish finalizing characters, right? So which I also was and sometimes occasionally do as well, but that requires you to know all of the technical, right? And I recommend, even if you're just doing ideation, maybe you just want to be a sculptor, which it's hard to do because it's few and far between jobs, and I don't have a ton of clients. I have a handful of clients that I cycle between when they need work. But if you wanted something more steady, just doing sculpt work, it's kind of hard to get that. If you wanted something more steady, you'd want to be more of a generalist, which a generalist is somebody who has knowledge of the technical stuff, right? Like, being a good generalist is really handy for a lot of places. They're like really, really handy. But the thing is, like, a lot of us are artists, right? Like, a lot of us are artists, so like a lot of us are gonna be like, oh, like, you know what, I would really like to just do sculpt work. And you know what, I'm gonna be honest with you, I got really lucky to be in the position that I'm at. It's like, if you want to be just a sculptor, you have to be like, most people, like, they say, like, I'm sculpting all the time, right? Like, everybody's always sculpting all the time, and you have to really like it, like really, really like it. Same with like character design, right? Like, it's not just you know, if you're doing character design, you're not going off the character concept too. You're not going off of, you know, 2D art and then making a 3D model. Like, you might do that very successfully, you'd be a very good character artist, but to then design your own is like another story as well, right? And the transition to that for me, and it's still like, you know, still the transition, I'm still learning a lot too. It's a different way of thinking, like, because again, like the title character artist, it implies like art, right? And you are an artist, but it's a little bit different. Like, the design, being a good designer, it doesn't always go hand in hand with being a good character artist, if that makes any sense. Being good at translating designs and creating areas that maybe the concept wasn't representing, good character artist. But now take away all of the crutches, could you come up with that same character yourself and then flesh it out? And then that would be, you know, the beforehand as well, which would be character concept and design, right? But yeah, it's important to know the technical, even if you just want to be like a sculptor and stuff, because like then you're not like handing off things that are like impossible. And that's coming from somebody like I'm streaming all the time here doing like impossible things because it's fun. I like to sketch that way, right? But just because you can sketch that way doesn't mean that it's something that will work in production. That's what I'm trying to say. And another thing too that I just kind of like want to like break down, I know I'm talking a lot instead of like, you've seen me sculpt 100,000 times before, but another thing is just like the idea that, you know, when you're doing 3D art, it can only be like for production, or you're doing it specifically to do like you know, character art or whatever. There's like so many different things. Like, I feel like more people need to embrace just the art aspect of doing something like ZBrush. Like, there's a lot of really amazing sculptors out there, and they do this specifically with art in mind, right? Like, they're just like doing it for art, like making like almost like fine art pieces. And there's actually kind of a lot of that on ArtStation I've been seeing as well. But there's also this like misconception that from a lot of people that, you know, like, oh, you're in ZBrush, like you're not going to be doing something just for the sake of doing art. Like, that's the great thing about it. That's why I love using this program, is because it's like opening Photoshop or like opening your sketchbook or whatever and just like throwing paint at a canvas, but you're doing it with like, you're doing it with a digital sculpt, right? Which, I mean, sculpture is an art form, so you just kind of like take away that like very dated idea that digital art is not fine art, and then you can start experimenting more and let yourself be like more excited about kind of the random things that you do. But also make sure to distinguish when you're doing things for fun, which is important, right? Doing things for fun, just for like a render, just for an illustration, just because you can, for the fun of it, right? And then doing something specifically for production that you're like, this can be a final model. Like those are two different things usually. Ton of character work. That yes, exactly, Jeff. Yeah, I agree. Medical, military, yeah, 100%. And people don't realize like 3D is used in so many things too. Like you know, even if you're, let's say, not a character artist, let's say you were more of a generalist, right? There's so many cool things that are really like niche and stuff that you maybe didn't even think would need 3D, but how cool would it be to work for a space agency? You know, if you were like a specialist in like hard surface stuff, maybe you had an engineering background or not, like it doesn't really, like you don't have to have that, but you know, maybe you are really technical like that and you use 3D software, you can make their rovers and stuff. Like how cool is that? There's so many things like that too that use like different industries that use 3D and 3D modeling and 3D modelers and even designers, concept artists can work in space agencies and things like that too, because, you know, they might, you know, NASA, for example, is just like, hey, we want to build in the next 20 years a telescope on the moon. What would that look like? What could that look like? And, you know, you sit down, have a meeting with an artist, and the artist, you as the 3D artist, concept artist, you usually get to, you know, do sci-fi concept work for the future of humanity. I mean, that's pretty sick. And there's like a whole bunch of stuff like that too, not just space related, medical, like Jeff said, as well, that you can get into, you know, even product design. There's a lot of things that are ideated package-wise that are created 3D, and ZBrush does 3D package stuff as well, that a lot of people think is like an actual like render of something or a real-life picture of something, but really it's just a render. And it's cool. It's just really cool to see that bridge, you know, like as an artist, you can visualize for a lot of people what, you know, future things are going to look like. So it's not always just, you know, limited to, oh, well, if I don't become a character artist, like nothing else is really cool. Like that's not true. That's just not true. That's not true. If you're into art and creating things, like you'll find some place for that stuff, right? Like there's a lot of opportunities there. Which is why I also say, like, you know, like if you really, really want to be a character artist, then yeah, go for it. But you have to like try hard, because like a lot of people want to be character artists. It's sort of like, for whatever reason, it's like I've heard it mentioned as like, oh, like character artists are like the divas of the industry or whatever, because like you get to you're like the movie stars, right? Like you get to create like the characters that are then being acted by the animators and stuff, which is, it's silly, but I've heard it explained that way as well, right? So it's just kind of like, you don't need to be that to have a fulfilling career and have work that is fulfilling to you as well. But if you really want that, then you have to really push for it. And a lot of it is like luck and right place, right time and stuff like that. So generalist is not a bad idea either if you want to try a bunch of other things. I definitely say try stuff. Just like think of something that you really, really like, model that, you know. And if you start thinking to yourself, I wonder what it would look like if it moved, or I wonder what it would look like if it was lit, like try it. Literally, like look up a tutorial, try doing that. And if you like it, if it's satisfying to you, then that gives you a direction to go in, right? Don't be afraid to try things. Because again, in this industry, because especially with like the AI stuff coming out and new tools, new tools being introduced all the time. The more you know, the more, you know, well-versed you are, you could potentially be giving yourself more opportunities in the future and kind of like future-proofing yourself. There is an argument for that as well, right? Okay, sorry, catching up. Witchy to you? Nah, fair. But I mean, yeah, and everybody, like, so when it comes to like AI art and like AI generated things or automatically generated things and stuff, like, you know, there's always going to be people in, that's why I was talking about the more fine arts aspect of things. There's always going to be people that appreciate the human touch, right? So that's not going anywhere. But it will definitely speed things up and cut down on workload as well. So when there's not as much workload, then there's not as much workers needed. Maybe more indie stuff going to be coming out. Who knows? Like, there's lots of speculation that you could be doing. But yeah, I don't think like at any point people will be completely removed from the art aspect. But I do see what you're saying. Like, you know, you want to put your own touch onto things and things like that. Then yeah, be more of an artist. It's that's great. Today isn't Wednesday, is Ashley. Oh, you scared me. It is Wednesday. Andre, you scared me. Machine renders demoing how their product works for investors and things. Yeah, exactly. There's like so many different things, different avenues. There are going to be some shape constraints, but it definitely takes an artist designer to make something look pleasing. Yeah, yeah. Make a moon base that visually looks great cannot realistically be made because one does not have the architectural training to technically say this can be done. The computer is a tool with a pencil and a saw, but in order to make it work, one needs the basic training behind it. Yes, well, that's what I'm saying is like if you're well versed in like multiple things, and I also brought up the example of just kind of being like, okay, well, if you're a concept artist, but then maybe you have, you know, like you said, archviz as a background, or you have engineering as a background or something like that, or you even just kind of like dabble in it, then there's a lot of things that open up to you as well. Like having blinders on and only doing like staying in your lane for art it's viable. Some people are able to like pull it off and just do the same thing over and over and over again. But I would say that art is evolving, right? Like you treat your career kind of like you're always evolving and learning new things. You'll probably be pretty successful, but I don't know, man. I take that with a grain of salt. I feel like that's probably true, and I should follow that more too. What's up, Ian? How are you doing? The most beautiful stuff comes to life. Oh yeah, you know, fair. I don't think AI is necessarily at that point yet, but I do see in the next 5 to 10 years it being starting to become an integral part of a lot of artists' workflow, for sure. Also, if you guys don't know, IR Sculpts in chat, Ian Robinson, he is an artist, but also works employee status, actual employee status, for Maxon, doing a whole bunch of like Ask ZBrush stuff, and was interviewing somebody on this channel. He interviewed shoot, what was his name again? I'm so bad with names. It was cool. It was like a toy related stuff as well. So that was cool. I saw you were doing that. I couldn't stick around, but yeah, he's part of the actual Maxon team now. So congratulations, Brian. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm incredibly horrible with names. It makes me feel guilty every single time. Just like bad. I feel like people know by now my memory is like trash. I just realized it's sweaty season now. Oh, it's sweaty season. It's getting hot and bothered in here. Emphasis on the bothered. You had to say it, like, you know, before you started, you had to say it like 100 times. Dude, that was like me with the summit when they wanted me to host the ZBrush summit with Paul. I literally, I looked at who was presenting that day with me and I rehearsed their names. I wrote their names down because I'm so bad. Like verbally, like if somebody like says what their name is, I will space out. I will blank out. I will like black out. It's like they didn't even talk to me. It's so embarrassing. So I was like really nervous. Like, oh god, what if I like name somebody wrong during that? Like, I totally get you. I still do it with Daisuke, eh? Like every time he comes by, I'm just like, and his name is right there. I feel so bad. No, I know. I feel so bad about that all the time. Oh well. I'm sure some people understand though. It is what it is. No, like I'm actually like so embarrassed. So bad. So how have you been? How do you like tell us about your experience so far as an employee? Quick guys, the cops are here. The cop is here. We always joke that I'm misbehaving on this channel because I start doing stupid things where I say the dreaded B word. But now the cops are here, so Ian, you are cops. Look at how like bung this hand is. Look how bung these legs are. Hire cops. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Everyone has been so off. Yeah, you're actually in the studio, huh? Like down at the California studio. That's sick. It's funny because like I tuned into that live stream, right, and I totally forgot that you were doing that. You were hosting, and I was like, "Whoa, Paul looks so different." What? And I was like, "Oh, it's Ian. What the hell?" Oh man. People have problems with your name. Once a classmate called you by your middle name and you told them you never told them. Oh no. Okay, dad joke, Dan. Yeah, I tell people, like, I mean, I've got the easiest name. I've got the most generic white girl name that you could possibly have, like Ashley. Like, I might as well be in Mean Girls, but like, I mean, besides that and being Legion with every other white girl that is out there, you know, if people forget my name, I don't care. I'm just like, literally call me like anything. You can call me like a-hole if you want. I don't care. I literally don't care. Maybe if you do it too much, I'll probably feel bad. So like find other synonymous like A words, but you know, once or twice, maybe even 17 times, I can handle the a-hole joke, and then I'll start taking it personal afterwards. So give you permission that many times, and then I'm done. First time in over 2 years. Yeah. I mean, it's been longer. It's been longer for me because I've been freelance since before the pandemic started. It's so funny because like I was freelancing for like a year or more, like maybe a year and a half to 2 years before the pandemic. And then everybody went, no, so like before the pandemic, so this is actually kind of interesting. Before the pandemic, I remember with clients, I felt like I had to explain to them that it's okay. Like I will check in with them frequently, like they don't have to worry, you know, like reassure them a lot more that I would be handing things in even though I'm not in office and things like that. But now, like as soon as the pandemic happened and everybody had to go home, after like maybe a year into the pandemic, I found like clients were like way more chill about the micromanaging. Like micromanaging is not as big of a problem for me anymore, which is super cool. It's kind of like, oh, is everybody used to it now? Does everybody get it? This is good. An I or an E, it's a hit or miss. I don't think I had a problem with your name. Most of the time people call me Ian or Ian. Okay, well, which, am I getting it wrong? Are you telling me I thought it was Ian. Are you telling me I'm saying Ian wrong? You better not be telling me I'm saying your name wrong. Okay, now this is a threat. After everything I just showed, I opened up to you, Ian. You can't be telling me that it's not Ian. Okay. I was about to buy a plane ticket to California. And, excuse me, sir. No. Everyone can work on home office now independently, which is completely unthinkable before. I know. No, it's good. It's good. Freedom. Oh my god, look at this bung hand. Okay, I'm gonna fix it. Sorry. Had a big bowl of curry, red curry, before I came on tonight. And now I'm hungry again. Man, white rice is so good, but like it is the devil in terms of like just becoming hungry again so fast. Ooh. Tastes so good, but it doesn't stay that way. You were in studio for 3 years before pandemic hit. It was very interesting. Yeah, that's fair. I know a lot of people had to figure it out. And not everybody's situation was super ideal for it either. Like, I have my own studio room thing, which I just share with my upper, who is out in the living room right now. But yeah, like, I have my own space, so that makes it better. But again, like I was doing this before the pandemic hit, right? So makes it easier. Well, made it easier. The thing is, though, like, I don't have a social life anymore, so there's like that. Just like everybody else. So as much as, like, you know, I didn't have to adjust to isolation, I have extended isolation. I have more isolation. I have so much isolation. My social life is you guys, so, you know. Happy, yay! Yippee-ki-yay! Yo, thumbs up for having social anxiety again. Like, oh my god, everything is so scary now. I don't remember how to socialize. I just don't. This is my social life. Okay, well, I mean... that's not awful. Hang out with, like, some pretty cool people. Some pretty cool people. Better than me. These bong hands. I keep saying I fix it. Oh look, somebody decided to join us. Mr. Magoobers in his cone. Hi, Cone. Everyone can work in home office now. Got that one. Aaron, I appreciate you. Thank you. You can get better. I believe you can get better. Just shove all your free time into it. That pun was clawful. Oh my god, nailed. Okay, what artists do I inspire from? So many. And also it really just depends on the project, right? Like what my mood boards are gonna look like. I mean, if I'm just doing like whatever from whatever, I'm not looking at any reference. But if I am, you know, going for something specific, my mood boards will contain other things. I'll just kind of like look for very specific stuff, right? Pertaining to what it is that I'm looking for. But artists, like I don't have a single artist that I inspire from. I don't even have 5 artists that I inspire from. Like there's so many, dude, ArtStation even, like there's just so many crazy good people. Like you can learn from everyone. It's great. First time here, do I stream often on my I'm trying to get more frequent with it. I'm trying to. So I had this plan that I was gonna do every Monday and Thursday on my channel, but then what ended up happening is I hurt my hand the week I was gonna start that, and then as soon as my hand got better and I was like, okay, I'm gonna start it, I got contract work. That's 40 hours a week. So now I'm like, maybe. But at least once a week on my channel, I'm aiming to do. Because it's fun. And then we get stuff done. Yeah. So that's a big problem of mine too. You guys get in like this mental gridlock. Oh my god, is this relatable by the way? Hold on, I'm talking too much. Okay. Hold on. Oh, you love it hanging in here? So it's like... shoot, what was I gonna say? Do you get in like these mental gridlocks where procrastination, right? I have a big problem with procrastination, perfectionism, anxiety, and like imposter syndrome. All those things muddled together and they feed off of each other, right? So do you ever get this thing where, let's say, you know, you have no work, you have nothing to do, and you're like, I could be doing things that I want to do right now, but then you just don't. And then all of a sudden now you have responsibilities, right? Let's say now you have responsibilities and you have to do this thing that you were like, when you didn't have work, you know, you have to do this thing now, but like when you didn't have work, you were like, I really wish that I had work so I could feel like I am worthy. And then you get work and you're like, I'm not worthy of this work. And then you're also like, as soon as you have that work, you feel like you want to be doing other things all of a sudden. And so then you sit there in a mental gridlock looking at this work that you have to do, and you start getting increasingly more anxiety looking at that thing that you have to do, and you sit there for hours looking at that thing that you have to do. And you don't do it, and then you leave it for a really long time, and then you get really angry at yourself that you left it for a long time, because it's just like you weren't even doing anything else. You could have been working on that thing, but you just left it and you were just staring at it. It's like a mental gridlock. And the longer you leave it, the more anxiety you get. And so then when you get enough anxiety, then you finish it, and you're like, the entire time you're thinking, I want to be doing something else. And so then as soon as you're done that thing that you had to do, the obligation, right? You're done the thing, and you're like, okay, now I can go and do the thing that I wanted to do. You don't do that thing that you wanted to do because all of a sudden that urge is out there. Woo! Woo! Yeah. Yes, and the perfection. It's so trash, dude. It's just like, literally, like if your brain is an intersection, right? It's just fucking clogged. It's just a gridlock. Oh, it's so frustrating. You're just honking your horn constantly. That's what it feels like. You're just honking a horn constantly, like, beep. So annoying. Oh yeah, save. I haven't been saving. I mean, like, whatever. We're not gonna finish this. I ended up talking again. It's my fault. I don't know. Procrastination is our brain doing background prep work. That's my excuse. No, dude, I'm thinking of, like, I get annoyed because I can't do the other thing that I want to do. Only when I have to do something else. Oh, and then the gridlock also shows up, right? Like if I have an obligation or work that is timed and I have to do something at a specific time. Take like streaming, for example. I know I stream on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. and I wake up relatively early and I have the whole day. I will still be gridlocked because I know at 6 p.m. I have to stream. It's very annoying. It's, I'm sure, very relatable, but very annoying, very frustrating. And I wish I knew how to properly get out of that. The only thing is, like, sometimes I just say screw it and I give into like the impulse. So like, let's say like I'm doing something and I have a bit of time for it, and all of a sudden an urge pops up, like as I'm doing said thing. I say screw it, I'm going to go and do that thing. This is dangerous though, okay? So it's toss up between this being a very helpful strategy and being very destructive. But how it can work is, okay, screw it. Like I'm doing this work for this important thing. Wow, this is a loud track. Sorry, that was very loud. Doing this important work for like money. And I'll get it done. But because I have this other work, I really, really want to do the thing that I wasn't able to do when I didn't have this work. And so I'll just say, screw it. I'm going to do that thing that I wanted to do when I didn't have this work now. Because now all of a sudden there's like, I don't know, it's like the car moved or something. I don't know, man. It's stupid. And I get angry with myself. But then sometimes the urge goes away if you just kind of like get it out of the way, right? Then other times you get like, you lose track of time, and then all you're doing is that thing that you wanted to do, And then you're working until 3 a.m. getting the other thing, your obligation done. Great to have work, but now you have an urgent need in learning Python for some reason. Exactly. Yes, exactly. It's so annoying. And it can come with like literally anything. It doesn't even need to be like your own personal work. It's just like, oh my gosh, all of a sudden I really want to learn how to rollerblade. Or whoa, holy crap, like I just really have to research black holes right now. Oh my gosh, what is it like to build a rocket ship? Oh my gosh, I really need to look into like, you know, like how, you know, like. Yeah. All right, what was I doing? Right. Whoops. Why can't I do that for work? I can't, like, it's so weird. It's like a focus problem. Like, as soon as I feel a pressure, I feel motivated to do things that are not from that pressure. Like, it's annoying. So a lot of the time, like, even if it's work that I enjoy, like, I know that I like it. Like, I know that I really like the work that I do. But because it's something I have to do, then I go scatterbrained. It's so frustrating sometimes, and then I have to white knuckle it. Dude, black holes are like one of the most fun things to just like dive in and start learning about. Like, I'm not even joking. I thoroughly enjoy learning about black holes. Black holes are, anyways. Oh, Ian, you know what? Wait, hold on. What did you say first? Ripping off bandage and just get what you need to get done, then you learn how to build a rocket ship. I wish it were that easy for me. Like, I wish it were as easy as ripping off a band. It's not. It's a struggle. Last year, actually, the cycle for me got really bad. To the point where I burnt out, and that's not good. Well, I'm good again, but a lot of it comes down to as well, like I don't know, man. I don't know. I can be a mess. I can be an absolute mess. That's all I have to say. And it's like, hashtag relatable mesh, like, you know, procrastination, like gridlock, brain, you know, is what it is. But I agree. If you can rip the band-aid off, just white knuckle it if you can. Otherwise, just like keep getting up and resetting. I use like getting up from my chair as like a reset. I try to, anyways. Wait, I was gonna ask. Somebody earlier in the stream, Ian, was asking about scaling. Do you know, employee of Maxon, and maker of ZBrush content now, Cop Ian, do you know about scaling in ZBrush? Where can you show what it is, like what scale your model is at? Because people were asking about consistency of scaling from Maya or Blender or wherever into ZBrush, and I just said the best bet is to bring in a object that from another program that you know is a certain size, and then measure it off of that, kind of like Shane Olson has his ruler, right? But is there a way to show that? Because I didn't think that I was not aware of that personally. So if there is a challenge. Oh, I'm always angry with myself. Yeah. It's like I wanted to help, but then I usually don't really bother checking that stuff within ZBrush. But I'm sure people want to know about the scaling. So fun doing the procrastination, but feels angry at yourself, not getting enough sleep. Problems with it too. You need a ton of. You've read a ton of stuff about it. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of like just trying to write my thoughts out. You know how a lot of people are like, oh, journaling is the best way to like deal with stuff like this. Like my problem is like my hand can't keep up with my brain. Like, I can't write fast enough to when I jump to another thought, and it's really frustrating. So I just get angry. I'm like, journaling with anger and frustration. Okay, scaling. Deep breath, not really. The best way, the best way is to get a cube. Go to Scale Master, set scale to that cube at 25.4 millimeters. Now that scene is set to cube. That's really the best way. That's why Shane set his to the ruler. Got you. And then you use the transpose to measure. Got you. Okay, so it's very specific. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna put that in a thing so I remember it. Clip it. So I remember, so I can just like copy paste it to the next person that asks me. Thank you, Ian. I appreciate it. I will remember to share that. Yeah, is it? Oh, we got 15 minutes. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to flesh all of this out. I'll just give it a little bit more strength here. Oops. Ooh, I do not like this. Not making any sense. You ever get like words that repeat like over and over and over and over and over and over and over again in your head and you can't stop saying like specific words? Or like names or something? Today I couldn't stop thinking about the word or the name Darlene. I kept saying Darlene in my head over and over again. I don't know why. Weird. How to make your scene scale. Yeah, there you go, Ian. There's a good idea. I guess, yeah, creeping around in these chats, you're gonna get a lot of good ideas for Ask ZBrush content. Tell the new employee to get in on that. There you go. Delegating. Unless you're referring to the new employee as yourself. Or is there's another person? Is there another person who joined? I can't. I'm sorry. Oh no, did you tell me their name? Oh no, I'm gonna have a meltdown. Did you tell me their name? Are you referring to yourself? Ian, if that's your real name. I read that as ZBrush's Colgate level. I was like, ZBrush toothpaste? Minty fresh. I have to go to the dentist soon. I hate the dentist. What days do I stream? Aaron, I stream on Wednesdays on this channel. You know, skip a couple weeks here and there, but Wednesdays is usually my day. If not this channel, then I'll be trying to stream a little bit on my channel as well. So here's mine. It's a little bit more unhinged. Because I'm not representing a company. Shh, the cop is here. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'll stop doing that again. I'm sorry. I'll have to be behaved when I'm here. Oh my god, Reth, that's an intense scare. That's an intense scare. Yeah, on Twitch, so I was pointing to it on the side right here. See my finger, my thingy. Bing, 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 bing. Twitch.tv/a_cubed. My socials. Bingo bango. Yeah, no, my YouTube channel is like old and has nothing relevant on it. Fortified 3D sculpting fortified with fluoride for stronger meshes. Oh yeah. Sounds good to me. Mentally preparing myself to go back to my contract work right after this. Gotta go back to preschool. Dinner calls! Alright, I'll see you, Ian. Have a good dinner. Thanks for hanging out and answering the question. Congrats again. Bye bye! Monty's got his cone on. Where are you at? Where are you at? Oh, there he is. He's on the ground. Here. I don't want to lift him up with this cone. There he is. He's dead. He's dead. Oh, there he is! Hey, baby! Good boy. He's a good boy. Good job. Sorry for bugging you. Need to finish a model, but you're procrastinating. Yeah. Have you ever tried just like drinking water? I'm joking, by the way. About the water thing. Oh, he looks stupid. I don't like the teeth. I'm deleting it. Bye, teeth. Yeah, it's like a stapler remover. Gotta use a staple remover. Look at him. Cutie pie, stapler remover. ZBrush is cool, you can manipulate the whole row of teeth. Yeah, I mean, anything that you have in the same subtool as the other thing, as anything else, you can manipulate them together as one thing. Oh god, I'm so hungry again. Yeah, he's a lot more chill. Remember, I'm coming off of like of something very, very like preschool kind of style for contract work, so you can see where my head's at, right? Oh yeah, I'm pretty much done here now. I've got my time in. Sorry. Be good. There we go. Mr. Gooby Goobs. Roar. Roar XD. Actually, let me grab the delta. That I am blind. I'm so blind. I always know. This is why I need to remember what the names of these brushes are. What is it? Delta? No. No. Where is it? Contrast, 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 contrast delta. Thank you. Oh my gosh, my brain. Contrast delta. I'm blind. There. Okay. Weird. God, I get so mad at myself sometimes. There we go. What an awesome, awesome tool that is. Hell yeah. There we go. Yeah, drink some water, and we're pretty much done now. So I'm gonna go eat snackums. This was a fun stream. I mean, here's the overall, which didn't really get too far, you know, but here's more of like the head area, just a little bit of copy paste and some edits here and there, but you know, it's something. Rawr XD. So yeah, if you liked what you saw and you want to try ZBrush, there is a 45-day free trial, or no, it's a 30-day free trial, and you can get a free forever version of ZBrush as well, which is super stripped down. If you just want to try 3D sculpting without, you know, any commitment or anything like that, and something super easy to pick up, and it's just one tool, is ZBrush Core Mini. So that one, if you want to just see if you like sculpting in general, that's there too. So check that out. Otherwise, I am available on all of these socials, which you can't even see. Sorry. Here. Go. Rawr. So yeah, feel free to follow me on any of those socials if you're interested in hearing when I'm going to be going live or whatever. This is my personal Twitch channel. If you're interested in something a little bit more unhinged. But yeah, I stream here on the on this channel Wednesdays, and that's that. I think the next time that I'm going to be live is not next week, but the week after. So the 25th. 25th, right? Yes, the 25th. Okay? Alright. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Again, if I didn't answer your question or you have any other questions, of course, you can always reach out to me on any of my socials or catch me on my next stream. Follow this channel for all the other artists that stream here. It's not my channel. This one is not my channel. My channel is this one. So all the other artists that will stream here, lots of really great content. If I wasn't your cup of tea, maybe one of the other ones, other artists will be. Okay. All right. Good night. See you guys later.